starting early. Looks like a job. Oh, I got some stuttering. John Halo. Okay, maybe I'll just see. Wait, what's going on here? Did that capture card fuck up? Did something fuck up? Give me a second here. I gotta do a little troubleshooting. Oh, okay, well, I heard the crow go off. Okay, let me close that. Oh, that might be why I'm running into some issues. Okay, let me just stop that download. Okay, give me a second here. Ah, there we go. Okay. Coolio McFoolio. That is the phrase, right? All right. Oh. All right. So, what's new in the hood? That's what the kids say, right? Yes. Hello, Mr. Crow. Welcome back again. A lot of interesting stuff going on. And wait, starting early. Who am I? I am Tim. I have been up since like 7 a.m. So I've been up early. I got up and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, I guess. Those are the words that we go by today. Plus, I woke up with my legs hurty. Because yesterday, well, not yesterday, sorry, it was technically 2 days ago. Technically now, I guess. Wednesday, the power went out in my building for about an hour, and I had to go out somewhere. So I had to go down all those flights of stairs. I won't specify the exact number, but I'll give you a hint. It's more than 20. And because the power was out for my entire block, the street cars weren't running, so I also had to walk to my destination, at least somewhat, till I could get to a spot or catch a bus. Which was another, like, 15, 20 minutes away. And it's mostly uphill. Yay! Excessive walking! And my legs still hurt from that. Because I also slipped partway down the stairs. Yay! Tripping in 2 frames. How unique. Alright.
The index is naturally our first priority. We cannot activate the installation's failsafes without the index. We will make our way to the transit lift on the other side of this level.
What is this? Sorry, the thing popped up. My model is lagging again? Yeah, it seems like recording just seems to mess things up for now for some reason. So I guess I'm just gonna have to resort to transferring the VOD afterwards. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I might have to go back to an older version of OBS.
Such ineffective weapons to combat the foe, despite the containment protocols.
Alright, well, at least I'm doing okay. I don't know why there feels like there should be something here, but there's not. How very odd. And yes, damn you, OBS. Indeed. God, it's like, am I gonna have to be like one of those streamers who does like the whole dual PC setup just so he can record his streams? Like, I'm not diametrically opposed to it, it's just... because I've got enough computers to do it now. Because I do still have my old computer.
You can see how the body has been transformed by the genetic restructuring of a flood infection. The small creatures carry spores that cause a host to mutate. The mutated host then produces infection as the flood to others.
Hey, little spore guy. No. No.
As long as any hosts remain, the flood is virulent.
No. It's funny that I'm, like, interacting with the Flood, because they're basically sort of like the necromorphs from Dead Space. And I was literally watching a video about Dead Space earlier.
First access portal.
Ha! How dare you shoot at John Halo? Sorry, I looked away for a second. I wasted a little ammo there, because I wasn't fully looking at the screen. Okay, those guys are gonna get up. I know it when I open this. Oh. I guess I'm gonna be opening that one later? It's kind of hard to tell where I'm going.
Curious. A failsafe has been tripped on this portal. I must attend to it.
Because I know that this game is more or less... Ah! No!
This area must be sterilized before we can proceed.
Oh. That all of them? Ah, yes, a big fresh wad of...
Odd. This portal is blocked. Apologies.
Looks like
we will need to reroute.
wet tissue and meat gristle?
Where did I put that subroutine?
That looks like that looks like a giant wad of beef fat.
I shall return.
Like, yeah. Looking at those wads of beef fat generally in real life aren't exactly appetizing. And I am also glad I ate beforehand. Although I will admit I was lazy, I didn't feel like cooking, so I had McDonald's for lunch. And by lunch, I mean technically I ordered just before the breakfast menu got switched over to lunch, so I got myself an Egg McMuffin and an iced tea and 2 hash browns. Because I don't really like drinking coffee in the morning. So I had myself an iced tea. Plus, it's like one of the few things on McDonald's menu that I really like. I like their breakfast menu.
Oh, you did survive. How delightful. We sent you our assistance.
Why does that look like I can break that? That looks like a Resident Evil weak point. That pimple-looking thing on legs. Wow. I gotta love it when they kill their own. Trying to kill me. You know what? The SMG probably makes more sense to have over a single-shot Magnum. Because it's just gonna switch me back to the Magnum in the next level anyways. Ooh. Actually, maybe this Sentinel Beam might make more sense. Because I know this is one of the new weapons.
As I suspected, of course.
That wasn't in the original release of Halo. Plus, I like having my pew-pew laser beams.
As God's numbers continue to grow, Reclaimer, full containment failure expected in 15 seconds. Pardon me. A plasma conduit reach in section 5524 has disrupted power flow to a gravitic maintenance assembly. Repairs require my attention. I will return soon.
Okay, I love this laser. Ooh, ooh, I love it, I love it. This thing's awesome. But I lost most of the charge, so... Ooh, my favorite gun.
We can't stop here, Reclaimer.
We got ourselves Amelia. Don't question why I'm calling a shotgun Amelia. Oi! Still wish I could do custom keybinds for this game. Because I still would rather... Because I don't crouch as often as I do melee. I don't like the fact that melee is mapped to the right analog stick. Because it's so unnatural for me to do. Because, like, you can, like, for this, you can, like, basically, I'm clicking... Keep in mind, I'm clicking in the right stick, which is also used for moving my camera, so it's awkward if I have to rotate my camera and melee at the same time.
As expected. Please be patient. My task is more delicate than you can imagine.
Wait, I know there was an update to some stuff. Could they have actually changed the thing? I don't like this control scheme, but it's like, there should just be a custom option. Oh wait, oh, never mind, there is. Okay, oh, God. The one thing... Okay, they did change a thing. Okay. Okay, that should fix it, I think. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's what I was talking about. You know what? Give me a second here. Actually, another thought popped in my head. Actually, maybe R1 should be my melee because that's what it is in Reach, and that's the control scheme I keep trying to go back to. So R1 is currently set to use equipment. I don't get equipment very often, so maybe I should set use equipment to circle. Oh yeah, that feels way more natural. Basically just feels like I'm playing Halo Reach all over again.
Concluding
What
operation.
the hell is going on with that limb? Hello, my honey. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
This installation's research facilities are, of course, most impressive. Perhaps you'll have time to reacquaint yourself to them soon.
What's with the clip there? Oh, okay. I'm guessing you clipped that moment with the weird little tendril bit flipping around, dancing. You know what? Fair enough. You know, the funny thing is the bot actually has the clip author set as me for some reason. There we go. You know what? That is true. But, I mean, on the other hand, that also makes it easier to anonymize the clip if you don't want to take credit for it. At least that's how I look at it. Ooh. There we go. And I didn't realize that was always the case. Oh god, okay, yeah, it is definitely more satisfying having the melee on R1. Because I can react way more quickly. Although, not sure why I'm remembering this, but I remember back with the old default control scheme for Warframe, it used to be the same. R1, you had your melee weapon mapped to. But then they changed the control scheme, so now that's a skill button instead. Or, no, it was L1's the skill button, but either way. R1 just makes sense for melee. I know Call of Duty makes it your grenades.
That evaluation subject should not be ambulatory. Sterilization field integrity will require extensive recalibration. A prime example of why continuous and field encountered logs and communications records from this ring's history reclaimer. I hope their contents are edifying.
Ooh, nice. Grenades. Grenadia. Can't go wrong having big old explodey boys. nope.
I will deactivate the security lock. Wait here.
God, I'm half expecting Albert Wesker to pop out of nowhere at any minute, screaming stuff about Ouroboros. I'm trying to make the world stronger and better. As I separate the wheat from the chaff. But very well. 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you. Here, oh, never mind. Okay, that was the barrier being removed. Oh, you're humming. Okay. Damn, I thought I was freaking out for a second. It's like.
As per protocol, the illuminated markers will direct your progress.
Okay, how am I supposed to get across? Is there a bridge? Up, I. Oh shit, okay.
Manually activate the bridge segment to avoid contact.
Yeah, thank you for telling me that while I'm dead. That's super useful and relevant information for a dead guy. Okay, you gotta be a little better with aiming the grenades.
I look forward to presenting my full status report once we deal with this outbreak.
Oh, cool. Door's open. Gotta love that their little explosion after dying actually even damages their allies.
In a drone control subsystem. I must reset the backup unit. Please continue on. I will rejoin you when I have completed my task.
Elevator? Oh, fun! Oh shit, okay, didn't know it was the guy with the rocket launcher! In hindsight, wish I had stayed up there. I could have taken that fall from that height. Ah, cool. Yeah, I don't think the shotgun's particularly useful in this area. If it sticks again, but... Oh, no, never mind. It's not going to stick again.
Did you miss me?
No, I didn't miss you, weird glowing 343 guilty spark. Oh, okay. Yeah, human weapons seem to work better on these little shits. Like, don't get me wrong, Sentinel weapons are amazing. However, they don't drop very often.
The Father already hard at work repairing your vessel. Its parasitic nature becomes the flood's intelligence.
Oh. You know what? Yeah, we don't need a shotgun. We'll save that rocket launcher for later. It's gonna be a special tool. It's gonna come in handy later. Oh, like right now. Yeah, I still got one rocket left. Yeah, let's ditch the machine gun for the Sentinel beam. Fundamentally same function, but way more accurate. Oh, it must be done. Alright. Ooh, spicy.
Security breach detected. Multiple vectors. Disclaimer, please optimize for close quarters practical engagements. This room once held the complete record of 74 inhabited worlds.
Okay, we're almost at the bottom. Looks like maybe 2 more floors? So, like one more elevator ride, I'm thinking. At least that's what it looks like, anyways. Let's see. Do I want to take the SMG? Yeah, I think I'll stick with the beam. Alright. Hey! You pimple on stealth, stop trying to attack my face. Yeah, no running away. You're not allowed. Only I'm allowed to run away like a bitch because they're... What the hell? I just heard an achievement go off. Dismember 100 flood parts? Dismember. Weird that I didn't get the trophy ping, but okay. Unless that's like a delayed... Alright. God damn it. Overwhelm my shields. I got too cocky. Sticky nade. Yeah, might as well swap out for the Covenant little energy machine gun here. I need some kind of automatic fire weapon. Is that all of them? Alright, I think that's all of them. Oh yeah, that's way more effective of machine gun needler. Or we could go with a human SMG. Let's go with a human SMG, actually. Plus bigger mag to dump. Yeah, the more... Hi! Little pimple boys. You're not allowed to pop me, I'm gonna pop you.
Oh, apologies. But hard-light generators are degraded in this area.
Okay, looking good so far. Okay, still on the same fly.
Quickly to degrade my containment options. Don't worry, I won't be far.
You little dickhead. That little shithead, that little shithead. I would crack his skull if he had one. That little shithead, that fucking shithead. Ha 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 ha. Shooting his dick off. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-doo. Hi. There we go. Is that all of them? Oh. Yeah, I will say the Hidden Blade armor isn't too bad. I know it's technically supposed to represent, like, Assassin's Creed. I don't know, maybe I just kind of like the black on red armor. Plus, if I had actually played Halo when I was in my teenage years, I probably would use that exact color scheme. For my custom Halo armor. Granted, I did play them in order. I just found them all secondhand around the same time. I picked up Halo 3 afterwards, but I did weirdly find a collector's edition still sealed in a game store and, like, locked in a corner. Like, apparently it had been sitting on top of a shelf for, like, the longest time, and, like, no one knew what the hell it was. And when I asked one of the staff members to take it down so I could see what it was like, oh, it was Halo 3, and it was still in their system for, like, $60 for some reason. It was, like, the collector's edition with the Halo 3 helmet. So it's like, after having played the first two Halo games and really enjoying those, it's like, you're damn right I jumped on that shit. It's like $60 for, like, a collector's edition of an old game at that point. It's like, hell yeah.
The charm of this facility is lost on the less enlightened. Would you not agree?
I will argue, like, I got lucky getting Halo 3 for as cheap as I did for the collectors. Because, like, how often does that happen, where you go to a game store and find a collector's edition for $60? Yeah, I don't think the energy sword's a very smart weapon to use in here. As tempting as I would be to take it, I don't think it's smart. That is asking to get overrun and murdered in like 2 seconds. Yes, hello, Mr. Crow.
We must continue. This way, please.
No, I don't think I want to. Oh, hello. I like that. Yeah, I think I'll stick with the SMG. It's proven to be better. Sorry. I don't know why I'm way too satisfied with, like, teabagging. There we go. Got another one for later. Okay, you gonna open this door up for me, bud?
Local sentinels are out of compliance and require
I'm aware of that.
attention. I will rejoin you soon.
Hey. Come on, come on, come on.
The energy barrier surrounding it. You may now retrieve the index.
Oh, the codex. There we go. All right. Time to pick her up. John Halo.
Protocol requires that I take possession of the index for transport. Your organic form renders you vulnerable to infection. The index must not fall into the hands of the Flood before we reach the control room and activate the installation. The Flood is spreading. We must hurry. Which means that any organism with sufficient mass and cognitive capability is a potential vector. On that point, all the tests were conclusive. Is something wrong?
No. Nothing.
Splendid.
The cream for Taco Bell and Chucky Milk.
Unfortunately, my usefulness to this particular endeavor has come to an end. Protocol does not allow units with my classification to perform a task as important as the reunification of the index with the core. That final step is reserved for you, Reclaimer. Odd. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh, really?
Angry Cortana
Cortana.
noises.
12 hours. 12 hours I've been stuck in here, watching you cozy up to that thing while it sharpens the knife to slit our throats.
Hold on. He's a friend.
Oh, I didn't realize. He's your pal, is he? Your chum? Do you have any idea what that bastard almost made you do?
Yes. Activate Halo's defenses and destroy the Flood, which is why we brought the Index to the control center.
You mean this?
A construct in the core? That is absolutely unacceptable!
And yet...
What impertinence! I shall purge you at once!
You sure that's a good idea?
How dare you? I'll...
Do what? I have the index. You can just float and sputter.
Enough. The flood is spreading. If we activate Halo's defenses, we can wipe them out.
You have no idea how this ring works, do you? Why
yeah.
the Forerunners built it. Halo doesn't kill Flood, it kills their food. Humans, Covenant, whatever. You're all equally edible. The only way to stop the Flood is to starve them to death. And that's exactly what Halo is designed to do. Wipe the galaxy clean of all sentient life. You don't believe me? Ask him.
Is it true?
More or less. Technically, this installation's pulse has a maximum effective radius of 25,000 light years. But once the others follow suit, this galaxy will be quite devoid of life. Or at least any life with sufficient biomass to sustain the flood. But you already knew that.
Oh.
I mean, how couldn't you?
Left out that little detail, did he?
We have followed outbreak containment procedure to the letter. You were with me each step of the way as we managed this crisis.
Chief, I'm picking up movement.
Why would you hesitate to do what you've already done?
We need to go, right now.
Last time you asked me, if it were my choice, would I do it? Having had considerable time to ponder your query, my answer has not changed. There is no choice. We must activate the ring.
Get us out of here!
If you are unwilling to help, I will simply find another. Still, I must have the index. Give your construct to me, or I will be forced to take her from you.
That's not going to happen.
So be it. Save
Oh
the
no.
Dispose of the rest.
Going to John Halo all over them.
Look out!
Wait, I don't remember having one
Can't
of
let
these
the
little
monitor
guys.
activate the ring. We have to stop him. He has to destroy Halo. According to my analysis of the available data, I believe the best course of action is somewhat risky. An explosion of sufficient size will help destabilize the ring and will cut through a number of primary systems. We need to trigger a detonation on a large scale, however. A starship's fusion reactors going critical would do the job. I'm going to search what's left of the Covenant BattleNet and see if I can locate the Pillar of Autumn's crash site. If the ship's fusion reactors are still relatively intact, we can use them to destroy Halo.
Ooh, this thing is powerful. It rips through shields like nothing. Okay, I need another one. Okay, that's...
I haven't located the crash site yet, but we need to buy some time in case the Monitor or the Sentinels find a way to activate Halo's final weapon without the index. The machinery in these canyons are Halo's primary firing mechanisms. They consist of 3 phase pulse generators that amplify Halo's signal and allow it to fire deep into space. The power levels are enormous. I can't even begin to calculate the pulse's range. So if we damage or destroy these generators, the monitor will need to repair them before Halo can be used. That should buy us some time. I'm marking the location of the nearest pulse generator with a nav point. We need to move in and neutralize the device. Commandeer that Banshee. We'll need it to reach the pulse generator in time.
Scheiße. Guy. Bastard. Okay, get back up to high grounds. See if I can slink around and take the tank out from behind.
Find him and cleanse this place of his presence. Focusing fire on me!
Did that guy... That fucking bastard spit on me! I heard him go like... Yeah.
Go forth and eliminate that wretch. Under attack! He is there! Pursue! Die! This is where you fall!
Yeah, I know. You indeed. He spit on me. I got alien terms on me. It's like cooties. But like alien. Alien cooties.
Enemy fire! Incoming!
Why the hell did I think he was gonna just start teabagging me randomly? I know he didn't, but... Okay, I need a bigger gun. that can hit from a longer distance. I need a rifle of some kind. The shotgun isn't cutting it. Come on, let's see what I can find. Really? Nothing? No Covenant rifles up here? Hello. We do not need anything more precise than a sniper. There we go.
Good. Let's get moving. The nav point marks our target.
Come on. Come on. Come on, can I brute force it in? I'm not even mad. Oh, well. I tried. Let's swap to the rifle. Ooh, fuel rod cannon, actually. There we go.
That's the pulse generator. The center core is the signal amplifier. That's what we need to shut down. There should be 3 power conduits nearby. Focus your attention there.
Oh, I just break them like that? Just punch them? They don't like being punched violently by Master Chief. There we go.
Objective accomplished. The pulse generator has overloaded. Scanning. The generator's central core is offline. Well done. The second pulse generator is located in the adjacent canyon. Move out and I'll mark the target with a nav point when we get closer.
You know what? I get more use out of this. Nice. Gotta love the ammo count. It's the perfect amount of ammo. I don't need any more. Yeah, give me a second. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Wait, can I? Okay, I can't show it like that. I'll just do it like this. Boom. 69%. Nice. Oh. Yeah. Give me a second. I will hydrate in a second. I will hydrate in a second. Give me a second. Let me just pause here. Is there anything left in my cup? Oh, okay. I gotta push the straw in a little further. Sorry, there's a lot of ice in my cup. Although I might have to go refill it soon. Goodbye, Dark and Levin's wallet. And hello to whoever wins the platinum, I guess. assuming obviously it'd have to be restricted to platforms that can either do platinum trades or be gifted stuff on Steam. So, sadly, Nintendo Switch players would be the only ones exempt, I'm assuming. Ah, there we go. Human rifle.
I have located.
Oh, God damn it. 4 hours. Okay. Do not fault you in the slightest. Fair wallet hating you. I wish you,
Feel the proper
good luck. Okay, so either humans or Flood with human weapons came down here. Oh, God damn it. Well, I'm glad I have the fuel rod gun. I know. No reanimating your buddies. Oh. I. What I fucking say. No reanimating your buddies. Oh, I can break the bodies. Okay. I should probably be hitting the dead bodies more. So they can't be reanimating their buddies. Oh yeah, this is satisfying. Love how I heard him just shout, "No!"
Warning, incoming flood.
Alright, here we go. No. No face huggies. God.
Silence it! Engaging the unclean! Major firework present! My journey begins.
Oh, they were like backed in a corner.
Under fire! Heretics attack!
I would have been willing to fight with you if you hadn't started fighting me. But you had to be a dickhead. It's like, no, I can't team up with the heretic. In the fancy Spartan armor. No. Alright, is there any more? I gotta love that Halo's around the halfway point just turns into a horror game. Any more? God damn it. Gotta love how I ran away from the one only to get killed by the other. But then again, if I'm not mistaken, the Flood have a hive mind thing, so their coordination is a lot better than some other enemy factions. It's also why they act so brain dead a lot of the time. Was not anticipating two giant rockets coming out of nowhere and hitting me in the face. I got domed. Okay, looks like I got that. Let's exchange my shotgun for... I... Okay, is there any more? Am I done popping those little pimple? Yeah, it might be better off with the shotgun, yes. Thank you. You're my favorite deputy. Okay, is that all of them? Give myself a little bit of a breather to come up here. There we go. Oh, I am not liking all the red dots. Okay, the AI had a brain fart moment and went brain dead for a moment. I'll take a brain dead over trying to maul my face off for like... Oh. God fucking damn it. shit, 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 shit. Wait, was I too close there? Huh. Oh, cool, I got them both. Okay, sounds like there's at least one more big guy around here somewhere. But I should be able to manage it with just the 2 rockets, plus whatever shotgun rounds. Oh, hey-oh! Okay, I think that's all of them. Now that I got the hard part of this encounter cleared away.
Alert.
Oh,
Pulse generator
shit.
is still online.
I
We
forgot
need to
Cortana
neutralize
was
all
in my
3.
helmet.
I recommend seizing a Banshee and flying to the nav point on your display. Okay, let's take care of the next pulse generator. Okay, guess that's all I'm getting out of here is 6 rockets and a little more. Oh, yeah, 6 rockets and a rocket launcher.
God damn it, little shit. I heard that little shit cheering. He's like, woohoo! I know little shit's excited. Oh god, that was actually scary. Almost didn't make it out. Alright, there we go. Punch. My tank. The cockpit might be a little damaged, but it's still drivable, that's the main thing. Oh, never mind. Oh, and they just conveniently happen to make it just difficult enough for me to get through here. Come on, down you go. Well, I was not expecting that. Okay, this thing's about to get destroyed. But maybe just to be safe.
Allow me to pilot this sacred machine. Behold, an affront to the prophets! Feel blood!
Can I not break this thing? Just gonna go a little further because I don't want to risk getting shot out of the sky because I didn't check a little further ahead. Oh. There, now I don't have to worry about getting shot in the back. Okay, there should be... Ah, there it is. Alright, that should do it, I think. Pretty sure this is where I was supposed to go next. Oh, ew. I'm beginning to question how I'm supposed to survive that. Oh wait, maybe I can finagle a bit here. Damn you. Damn you, Covenant scum. Okay, that didn't work. Never mind. Well, there goes that plan. Wait, what if I... Okay. Okay. All right. Is that all of them? Nope, no it is not. There's at least one more. Oh, he wants to play hardball, huh?
Here it goes! Get down!
God damn it!
Hey, wait a minute. Can't hide from me!
Engaging!
Get up so I can do that again. See it? See it? I'll get ya!
You want to try that again, bud?
Kill!
Come on.
No, no. Ow, ow, ow.
Whatever. Still dead, doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, sure, technically he clipped me, but
Show you.
I didn't die, so I'm gonna still count it as my getting him.
Is it dead? I lost it.
There, now it's all done. And I might have went to the wrong conduit first. Ah. Shit, I hit a kill barrier, kill plane, whatever the hell we want to call it. Hey. Oh, never mind. Okay, I'm not gonna have to do something stupid like a grenade jump.
Same as the last generator, we need to destroy the 3 power conduits.
Oh. That's one. Yeah, we'll say at least the fuel rods are pretty good for getting rid of them.
That did it. The pulse generator overloaded. One more to go. I've located the Pillar of Autumn. She put down 1,200 kilometers upspin. Energy readings show her fusion reactors are still powered up. The systems on the Pillar of Autumn have failsafes even I can't override without authorization from the captain. The code is stored in his neural implants. We'll need to find him to start the fusion core detonation.
There we go. There's our stealth boy. Now I can do my best Predator impression. Just don't invite Chris Hansen. Apparently he scares predators. Yeah, that was a dumb joke.
That tunnel leads to the next section of canyon. The final pulse generator we need to destroy is through there.
Okay, note to self. Do not try to fly down here. You will most likely die. To quote the famous words of, the very angry green man from Star Wars.
That tunnel leads to the next
who
section of
speaks
canyon.
in riddles.
The final pulse generator we need to destroy is
Do or
through
do
there.
not. There is no try. Oh, no, that was Yoda.
What they want?
Oh, damn. Okay, I didn't realize he had a rocket launcher. Excuse me. Sorry about that.
That tunnel leads to the next section of canyon. The final pulse generator we need to destroy is through there.
Oh, there we go. Ghost makes way more sense. Okay, going down. Come on. Down, this stupid big thing. Okay, stealth doesn't seem to work on the flood. Although, to be fair, though, they probably see my body temp. Whatever. It'll make getting out faster, at least, with it parked like that, I guess. Oh, lovely. I gotta run this long-ass corridor. There we go.
One target remaining. Let's take care of the final pulse generator. Final target neutralized. Let's get out of here.
Let's find a ride and get to the captain.
No, that'll take too long.
You have a better idea?
There's a teleportation grid that runs throughout Halo. That's how the monitor moves about so quickly. I learned how to tap into the grid when I was in the control center. Fortunately, each jump requires a rather consequential expenditure of energy.
Something tells me I'm not gonna like this.
But I'm pretty sure I can pull it from your suit without permanently damaging your shields. Needless to say, I think we should only try this once.
Do it.
The Covenant network is absolute chaos. From what I've been able to piece together, their leadership ordered all ships to abandon Halo when they found the Flood, but they were too late. The Flood overwhelmed this cruiser and disabled it. The Covenant are terrified the Flood will repair this ship and use it to escape from Halo. They've sent in a strike team to neutralize the Flood and repair the ship for immediate departure. I've got a lock on Captain Key's CNI transponder signal. He's alive and the implants are intact. There's some interference from the cruiser's damaged reactor. Oh, I see. The coordinate data needs to be... Right. Sorry. I'm reading the captain's transponder. He's in the control room. But I'm not detecting any human life signs.
Chief, don't be a fool. Leave me.
Captain? Captain! I've lost him.
Well, let them play with it. Let them play, let them play.
Analyzing damage. This hole was caused by some kind of explosive. Very powerful if it tore through the ship's hull. All I detect down there are pools of coolant. The crash did more damage than I suspected. Analyzing. Coolant leakage rate is significant. The ship's reactors should already have gone critical. We should head this way, towards the ship's gravity lift.
Okie dokie, that did not work out the way I wanted it to.
The crash did more damage than I suspected. Analyzing. Coolant leakage rate is significant. The ship's reactors should already have gone critical. We should head this way, towards the ship's gravity lift.
My senses.
Come on, wear out. There we go.
I gave you an order, Spartan! Now pull out!
He's delirious, in pain. We have to find him.
Oh, right. Herba-derba-derba-der.
I gave you an order, Spartan! Now pull out!
He's delirious, in pain. We have to find him.
Okay, once I figure we get rid of the majority of the flood, I can probably use the cloak and sneak past. Okay, the flood I primarily need to worry about. The Covenant I could care less about. Probably should have started running the minute I threw it, instead of waiting for it to connect. Damn, okay, I got rushed by a giant swarm.
Wait, the Covenant and Flood are attacking each other. I recommend we wait until they've worn each other down. Then we'll only have to deal with the stragglers.
A little disappointed the Covenant got overwhelmed now. I only killed like one Covenant. It was the sniper to get his gun. Bring me any cool new guns? Right. Oh. Okay. Was not expecting the turret to just pop like that. You know, let's see if I can just sneak through.
Power source detected. There's the gravity lift. It's still operational. That's our way back in. The captain! His vitals are fading. Please, Chief, hurry!
Please, Chief, hurry. Proceeds to die like a boss.
Focusing fire on me! Prophet's mercy!
Power source detected. There's the gravity lift. It's still operational. That's our way back in. The captain! His vitals are fading. Please, Chief, hurry!
Oh, I am completely out of ammo. God damn it. There we go. Got all of them? You don't really need the sword. Wait, what the? Okay. Yeah, it can't hurt to do a quick little double tap, I guess. Okay. You good? Okay. That should be all of them, I think.
Power source detected. There's the gravity lift. It's still operational. That's our way back in. The captain! His vitals are fading. Please, Chief, hurry!
Under fire! Heretics attack! For the journey!
We should be able to get into the ship's control room from here.
Okay, looks like you're at the good door. Or not? Okay, blue door, blue. Okay, red door with fleshy mound behind. Oh, there's the other blue door.
The Covenant BattleNet is a mess. I can't access the ship's schematics. My records indicate that a shuttle bay should be here. Look, in the corners. The Flood are gathering bodies here.
The memories. They're not mine. I must hold on.
Oh, shit. Oh, they're humping the chief. Humping the chief. Humping the chief. He wish he was. He wishes he was a guy. Chief. Chief. Alright, that should do it, Defense. Oh, okay, I'm just getting barraged with shotgun blast after shotgun blast. Alright, let's go down. Bad. No getting up from the dead. Aw. Well, there goes my plans of driving through this building. Feel like driving on my ghost. But after the flood. Probably a good idea to take the salt. Nothing past there. Oh no, there's still one little bastard dancing all the way in the corner.
19912 JK. Taking fire! I will extinguish your...
Wow, this is a first. An encounter where the Covenant survived to fight me after defeating. But then again, it was mostly elites. And I mean, it's literally in their name. They're like, it's supposed to be like the toughest race of the Covenant. And I'm talking like from a biological standpoint, not a, There we go. Need a rifle. I need something
Looks
long
like another
range
shuttle
precision.
bay. We should be able to reach the control room from the 3rd level.
Save yourself! Monsters!
The search continues. Taking fire! This one!
Damn. Tight quarter like this, fuel rod cannons like shouting fire in a crowded building. You're gonna cause a lot of problems. Is that over? Okay, we got 89%. Okay, that one's fine. It's just okay, that's a dead end.
I can hear their whispers.
Oh, cool. Okay, making that thing's back explode.
But so am I.
Alright. Getting close to the end. There we go. I know I saw a rifle on the floor. Okay, looks like they just deployed a bunch of new elites in here.
The control room should be this way.
I can feel them crawling inside my mind. But I won't give in. Miranda.
Feel the wrath of the Covenant! Engaging the unclean!
That was his first mistake. Should have just ignored me.
Fighting shot! Focusing fire on me! Keep yourself vigilant! Good shot!
There we go. Made it. And there's Captain Keyes. Fused with the wall.
Chief? Chief!
How do we free him?
It's not him. Not anymore. The captain, he's one of them. We can't let the Flood get off this ring. You know what he'd expect. What he'd want us to do. It's done. I have the code. We should go.
Yeah, Master Chief did not seem happy to do that. Dude yanked the implant right out of his head.
Alert! I'm detecting multiple Covenant and Flood groups approaching the bridge. Alert! I'm detecting multiple Covenant and Flood groups approaching the bridge.
Wow, making out with my dead corpse.
Alert, I'm detecting multiple Covenant and Flood groups approaching the bridge.
Alright, so far so good.
We need to get back to the Pillar of Autumn. Let's go back to the shuttle bay and find a ride.
Damn. Ragdoll.
I lost him.
Nope. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I might be better off ditching this thing in exchange for my shotgun.
Cover me.
Damn. Should not have been clustered so close together, buddies. But come on, boss man. This ain't Rico's convenience.
Perfect. Grab one of the Banshees and we'll use it to return to the Pillar of Autumn. Perfect. Grab one of the Banshees and we'll use it to return to the Pillar of Autumn.
Hijacking. Wait, it's treating as if I'm boarding it from the ground? Okay. I mean, I didn't, but okay. I hijacked it while it was still in mid-flight. Because hijacking wasn't the thing in the original Halo.
falling apart.
It'll hold.
We're not gonna make it.
We'll make it.
Pull up! Pull up! You did that on purpose, didn't you?
There must have been something wrong with the coordinate data.
God. Chief is an asshole.
We need to get to the
And
bridge.
we love him for it.
From there, we can initiate an overload of the ship's fusion engines. The explosion should damage enough systems below it to destroy the ring.
Huh. Didn't realize they could resurrect themselves off the crunchier corpses.
Cover me.
Was not anticipating there being Covenant here, still. But I mean, I guess there were in the... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, I recall there being some here in the original, but I just thought they might change it. Yeah, we ragdolling. Straight falling. Oh.
Flush the coward out.
Okay.
He's there! The unclean one!
Heads up! Killed!
Clear the heretic!
Okay, I think that's all of them.
Doubted!
Huh? Okay. Thanks for the random achievement. Okay. Delete. Okay, is there a way to disable that? Windows G. Let's see. Oh. Uh, Xbox social settings. There we go. Oh, here we go. Notifications. There we go. We don't need those. There we go. Achievement notifications turned off. Now I shouldn't get 2 notifications every time I earn an achievement.
The bridge. We made it. Let's get to work. I need you to upload me into the control systems. The terminal is located next to the main view screen. I leave home for a few days and look what happens. This won't take long. There. That should give us enough time to make it to a lifeboat and put some distance between ourselves and Halo before the detonation.
I'm afraid that's out of the question. Really.
Oh, hell.
Ridiculous. That you would imbue a warship's AI with such a wealth of knowledge. Weren't you worried it might be captured or destroyed?
He's in my data arrays. A local tap?
You can't imagine how exciting this is. To have a record of all our lost time. human history is fascinating. Oh, how I will enjoy every moment of its categorization. To think you would destroy this installation, as well as this record. I am shocked. Almost too shocked for words.
He stopped the self-destruct sequence.
Why do you continue to fight us, Reclaimer? You cannot win. Give us the construct, and I will endeavor to make your death relatively painless. And
At least I still have control over the comm channels.
Where is he?
I'm detecting taps throughout the ship. Sentinels, most likely. As for the monitor, he's in engineering. He must be trying to take the core offline. Even if I could get the countdown restarted, I don't know what to do.
How much firepower would you need to crack one of the engine shields?
Not much. A well-placed grenade, perhaps. But why... Okay, I'm coming with you. Chief, Sentinels. Transfer me back to your suit. We need to go. Get to the engine room. That's the only other place where the monitor can override the self-destruct sequence. The ship was heavily damaged when it crashed. Head to the cryo chamber. We should be able to get to the engine room through there.
Damn it. I blued myself up. I blued myself up real good.
The ship was heavily damaged when it crashed. Head to the cryo chamber. We should be able to get to the engine room through there.
Yep.
The ship was heavily damaged when it crashed. Head to the cryo chamber. We should be able to get to the engine room through there.
Alright. Just ignore the fight. There we go. Put him in the cryopods. Then we saw a rocket launcher on the ground. Ah, there we go. There's our boy.
Who's next?
Oh, damn. Okay. Probably shouldn't have been firing it so close to the thing there. Damn.
He is here.
Well, at least I've got a nice, healthy variety of enemies. Because like I'm basically fighting like 3 factions right now. Or sorry, 2 No, it is 3 factions. Sorry. Yeah, because the Covenant, the Flood, and the Sentients. Or sorry, not the Sentients. The Sentinels. No, Sentients are a very different game entirely.
Engine room located.
Still a Bungie
We're
game,
here.
but
Don't worry, I have access to all
Destiny.
of the reactor schematics and procedures. I'll walk you through it.
Not Halo.
First, we need to pull back the exhaust coupling. That will expose a shaft that leads to the primary fusion drive core. Good. Step 1 complete. Now we should have a straight shot into one of the ship's 4 fusion reactors.
Why do you continue to ignore your task?
We need a catalyst explosion to destabilize the magnetic containment field surrounding the fusion cells. Use an explosive. I recommend a grenade or rocket. If you run out of explosives, there is an armory station located near the engine room's entrance. Analyzing. Fusion reactor number 1 destabilized.
Hammer, you must surrender the construct.
Good. Step 1 complete. Now we should have a straight shot into one of the ship's 4 fusion reactors. We need a catalyst explosion to destabilize the magnetic containment field surrounding the fusion cells. Use an explosive. I recommend a grenade or rocket. If you run out of explosives, there is an armory station located near the engine room's entrance. Analyzing. Fusion reactor number 1 destabilizing. Use explosives on the other 3 reactors to destroy their cores.
surrender the construct, and I will endeavor to make the necessary repairs as quickly as possible.
Keep it up. Only one more fusion reactor to go.
Alright, just gotta get to the other side
Not
now.
in keeping with established protocol.
That's it. The engine's gone critical. Based on the current rate of decay, we should have 15 minutes to get off the ship.
As for me,
Cortana to Echo 419. Come in, Echo 419. Roger, Cortana. I reach 555. The Pillar of Autumn's engines are going critical, Hammer. Request immediate extraction. Approach the crash site and be ready to pick us up at External Access Junction 4C as soon as you get my signal. Affirmative. Echo 419 going on station. Echo 419 to Cortana. Things are getting noisy down there. Everything okay? Negative. We have a wildcat destabilization of the ship's fusion core. The engines must have sustained more damage than we thought.
Wow, way to lie, Cortana. Gaslight the woman. Bad AI. Bad.
Alert. Our RV point with Hammer is further towards the ship's bow than our current position. Use a Warthog to reach the extraction point, or we'll never make it in time. Activating final countdown.
Ooh, okay, I need to change another setting.
When it reaches 0, the engines will detonate. The explosion will generate a temperature of almost 100 million degrees. Don't be here when it blows.
approaching on your 6. Evade. Say again, evade.
Roger, Roger! I see him! Wait one! Come on! Come on! Breaking right! Damn! Too late!
We need to get through that mess and rendezvous with Bowhammer. Don't stop for anything.
He's gonna kill us all!
Wait, stop. This is where Bowhammer's coming to pick us up. Hold position here.
Cortana to Echo 419. Request extraction now. On the double.
Affirmative, Cortana. Bowhammer inbound. I'm hit! Mayday! Mayday! Airport buses are shot to hell! I can't hold her! I can't hold on!
Echo 419. It's gone. Calculating alternate escape route. Ship's inventory shows one longsword fighter is still docked in Launch Base 7. If we move now, we can make it. Up ahead, we need to get across that gap. If you hit that ramp at top speed, we should be able to clear it. Jump!
Barely see anything in here.
That's the ship! Move! We need to get aboard now! We're cutting it close.
God, that alien really wants to make out with Master Chief. It's like, come on, Master Chief, kiss me with that hot mouth. It's like, god damn it.
Here we go.
That is definitely a new scene. That wasn't in the original.
shut them down. We'll need them later.
Did anyone else make it?
Scanning. No. Just dust and echoes. We're all that's left. We did what we had to do. For Earth. An entire Covenant armada obliterated, and the Flood. We had no choice. Halo. It's finished.
No. I think we're just getting started.
And just like the original, the cheap cop-out of not seeing Master Chief's face. Either because the camera angles just enough out of the way, or the camera fades to black in this case. But same principle. Well, no guilty spark. It survived the explosion of Halo. Oh yeah, this is the gas giant. Way to set up for Halo 2. Shoot it. I think I like the silver armor. Although I like the reflex mix. It's a shame that the only weapon that you actually get for the skins that were given out for free are all just basically just the assault rifle. Oh, you can do presets. That's kind of neat. Yeah, it's a shame that the, you know what? Like, I just finished it, so I guess not really that long. Because I did all 3 of the bonus missions. And I finished the main campaign. I'm done. I mean, I could replay it on a higher difficulty, but that's about it. And then I can also run the game with any skull modifiers. I don't think I'm going to end early, but I'll probably just switch to something else. I would play multiplayer on this, but this game doesn't have the PvP aspect. It only has a PvE. I mean, I guess, sure. Why not? Alright, there we go. Change the category. Eject disk. Okay, give me a second. I gotta insert the disk. Well, first I gotta fix my shorts because they decided they wanted to fall down when I stood up. This is what I get for wearing baggy clothes. All right. I will argue this is probably the only inconvenient aspect of owning games on disc, is the fact that I have to get up to swap the game out. Although I don't mind that aspect. Yeah, let's go with Cowabunga as my title. I'm sorry, Team Turtle. Ah, yes, here's my, I guess you could say my latest truck. There we go, we can probably more easily look at it if I... Here, we'll just do this. There. Now we can more easily look at that for a second without me being in the way. I put little decals on the bumper, put the turtles on the side of the truck. Got the classic Sonic logo on the hood. Oh yeah, the turtles are now playable too, which is kind of weird. We got Leo, Raph, Donnie, and Michelangelo. Then we got Axel from Crazy Taxi is going to be the next free character. Followed by, I believe, Aang is supposed to be the next character getting added, along with Katara from Avatar. And clearly this is the adult Aang from the Avatar movie. And then we got Amigo. Kinda wish that he was the next free character, personally. Yeah, we'll do it like this. Okay. Yeah, it is kind of goofy looking, ain't it? Which is why I see a lot of people, if they do play with him, they're going to be using a hoverboard. Because if I go to my garage here and just select one of my hoverboards, doesn't matter what I pick. We're just picking a hoverboard here. Like, you can see what I mean. He definitely looks a little more natural on the hoverboard, but still kind of awkward. Yeah, somebody tells me they might fix his model up a bit before the actual release, because he's not actually out yet. Yeah, you are right. Like, Katara doesn't look as awkward. Like, I'll argue Katara actually looks pretty decent, comparatively. Plus, Katara's a handling character, and, because the character I seem to like playing right now is, Rusty Rose, weirdly enough. And, like, there's her stats. Like, 29, 50, 67... 25 to 72. And I mean, the stats are similar enough that I'd be comfortable playing with Katara, I think. Okay, Amigo might be a little closer to my comfort area, though. Plus, I mean, who doesn't like a random cartoon monkey? Da, 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 da. What? Amigo? It's because is it because it's flat in 2D? Well, to be fair, when you're playing as him, this is the angle you're going to be staring at him mostly. You're not really going to be looking at his face very much. I think from the back he looks fine. It's the big eyes and creepy smile. You know what? That's fair. I mean, Axel's just a dude in a Hawaiian shirt. To be fair. Like, he just looks out of place compared to everyone else. Well, I mean, to be fair, so do the Avatar characters, but like... Yeah, let's see. He's right behind me, isn't he? Yeah, he kind of does look like something you'd see in a FNAF game. There we go. Snap the canvas back into place. You know, stick with the full screen. Plus, I like the Samba de Amigo music. Oh. So for this round, everyone starts the race with a monster truck? Seems a little busted. You know what? Let's play the new map. New York City.
Hey guys!
Let us commence.
Agreed. Let's go.
Nice!
I'm departing.
Oh, I just realized the person playing as the AI Metal Sonic is driving the pizza van. Wouldn't be surprised if someone modded Samba de Amigo into the game and just changed it into Five Nights at Sonic, or Five Nights at Sega's, and just made the whole thing like a giant Sega arcade. Or something like that. Because apparently Sega arcades are pretty big in Japan. Okay, sorry. I don't know, how well did I do there? Okay, not the best, but definitely not the worst. Ugh. Still bad enough that I lost points on my standing.
Greetings.
Hey guys! Yes! Roger.
Chili dogs.
Farewell.
I concur. I'm departing.
Hello.
Let us commence.
Farewell.
Oh, mother... Okay, I definitely placed a lot better this time. Oh, you sent me something on Discord? Okay, let me take a look at this. What did I get? Oh, God. There's some potential thumbnail fodder. Creepypasta. Amigo from Samba de Amigo. He murdered my family. How could he have done this? It gets worse the more you scroll up. Dude looks like a cryptid. Like if I do a desktop capture, like, dude looks like a cryptid here. Like damn cryptids.
Hey guys.
I don't really care what stage I get.
Meh.
I will say, I do like the color job
Hey guys.
on the Tangle car over there on the left. Was not expecting to get a full map. Oh, I'm definitely doing a lot better this race. Ooh, I actually like this track that's playing for my third lap. Ooh, nice. I want a ranked match. Let's go. Oh, you love to see it. Mmm, delicious numbers. Big, delicious numbers. Like a pew! Explosion. Damn, it is taking its sweet time to find me a match in ranked. I don't know, either White Space or Wily's Castle, so I guess, White Space, because I don't race there as often?
Farewell.
Because half the time when I play with my friends, if they don't own the DLCs, that's all they ever want to play is the DLC stages. And a lot of my friends who have this game don't own the DLC.
Do it.
You know what? Fair enough. Oh, okay. Dompa tickets are doubled if I get 6th place or higher. Okay, that's not too bad. That's manageable. That is way more manageable than 1st place. Alright, come on.
Final
Ugh. Okay, I did bad there.
Ow!
Ugh. I don't know why I kept randomly veering off the edge there. Like just suddenly a sharp spike to the right. So I know it's not my joysticks messing up. Player, I guess. Ranked? I'm sorry, the Legend competition as it's called. Okay, what's this friends list thing? What's this blinking thing? Did someone like randomly send me a friend request or something? I have no idea who the hell it is. I've played the game enough to at least get Jet the Hawk up to 248 plays. I'm just gonna reject the friend request because I have no idea who the hell they are. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start leaning towards Rouge for my next set of unlocks.
Oh, very nice.
Because I definitely want to get Rouge's decal, because that is really nice. Here, I'll zoom it in so you can see the decal better. The only thing that's really there is like a title right now, and I don't really feel like farming 7,000 tickets just for a title. I got the AI racer, I got the decal. Same thing goes for Wave. Because I'm pretty sure everyone caps it at level 5. Because we got, like, here, we got, Blaze is level 4, so that means all I really did was the title. Same goes for Wave, she's also level 4, so, again, silly title. And, Sonic. Feels like a no-brainer. Same goes for Tails. Oh yeah, and Cream the Rabbit. What? I haven't maxed her out yet, that's all. But to be fair, I haven't maxed out anyone yet. Alright, let's try this. Okay, a B's not bad. That's acceptable. Okay, maybe I should try a different configuration. I need speed. Plus, I like the music for this stage, so another reason why to do it.
grand achievement.
Okay, maybe, I think I know what I might need to do. Okay, I'm thinking smaller board, more speed-oriented, which is this one. What's a stage? Let's try Aqua Forest. Huh? Oh, hey, what? Oh, hey, Mario.
Man, it's concentrate.
What's new in the hood?
Just concentrate on your time trial.
Ooh. Just barely skirted onto the edge of the thing there. Okay, what?
Grand achievement.
Okay, and I got... Okay, a B. That's not terrible. I mean, it's not amazing either, but it's serviceable.
The problem is that you need to have A just to unlock some songs.
I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now, what I'd like is for my legs to stop hurting.
Yeah, I know how that feels.
Yeah, I guess just to reiterate the point for anyone that wasn't here when I said it. Basically, 2 days ago, the power went out in my building and I had to go out. So I went down several flights of stairs, and I'm not going to give you the exact amount, but let's just say it's more than 20. So I walked down 20 flights of stairs, got really dizzy because I was doing it fast, slipped a couple steps, and awkwardly caught my balance. And then because the power was out for my entire block, I had to go uphill just to catch the next bus in the closest area. Because, yay, the joys of living near a hill.
Oh my god, this stupid sign.
So, yeah.
No, I got a heads up sign.
Yeah. Oh, are you also playing Sonic Racing CrossWorlds right now yourself?
Not really, but yeah. I'll accept this. So Twitch don't.
So what are you doing then? Other than Jimmy's mom.
Don't start it.
Sorry. Wait. It's never not going to be funny. Until it isn't.
No, but this is.
I will have my revenge. For I, Timothy Omega, will have revenge. For you murdered my family.
The only thing that's related to Sonic is the Sonic transform I have.
Mario cursing aside, Tim talking about having a bad day and injuries. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, also, here's some kind of random. I just thought it was kind of random when I saw it. Because I was out.
Yeah?
Anyways. The local coffee chain here in Canada, you've heard of it. It's called Tim Hortons. Probably will in a minute. They're doing a promotion right now where basically they've got like Harry Potter branded items in the shop. Like in the donut/coffee shop. So there's a donut for each one of the houses. And there's a reusable stir stick you can buy that's basically... It's literally just Harry Potter's wand. But it changes color when you dip it in cold liquid. Ooh, fancy.
Are you kidding right now, Sky Lily?
Sorry, what now?
That's the... Sky Lily's playing South Park: The Fractured Butthole.
I mean, I could play South Park: The Fractured Butthole.
I can't, or I can. It's R18.
I'm not Shy Lily.
Not you.
Yeah, but you're talking to you're talking to them as if they could hear you. I can hear you. I don't think they can. Make sure you're not muted or deafened by them. I'm kidding.
Bro, I know that is not Shy Lily.
Congratulations. You know what? I'm Shy Lily now.
No!
You can tell by my angelic, feminine voice. Okay, give me a second.
Well, you're pulling my leg.
I will forward this to Mario.
Show Mario the thing. What do you mean thing?
This thing.
What? What happened to Amigo? This poor monkey.
Creepypasta version of him?
Creepypasta.
Creepypasta version of Amigo?
Yeah, that could be happening in Fortnite.
I don't think they're going to be adding him. If they do, they're going to be adding him as a back bling or something like that. Like, Somebody Amigo is like one of Sega's games they don't really like to promote as much. Plus, rhythm games aren't as big internationally. They're really more of a Japanese-centric thing, primarily. Oh, also, I read a statistic recently that heavily disproves Sony's claims of physical outselling digital. Granted, it does outperform, weirdly, in Australia.
Come again?
Yeah, the Australian market, digital outperforms physical. Not by much, mind you, but it does outperform.
I do buy both physicals and digital.
Yeah, but the thing is, from what I understand, it's 56% of the market in Australia is digital. Like, that's not much more than the physical market, is it not? Yeah, like that's still a pretty sizable market. Like, granted, it's not the majority, but it's still definitely a sizable chunk.
Sure.
Well, it's also the Americans, because Americans are 64%.
Hey, Scarlet, watch it. No, Scarlet. Here's another. Scarlet. Here's another thing. Here's another thing. I'm not supposed to say this, but Australian people. I don't want to name them. Ban gambling in GTA 5 in the Australian version.
Okay, actually, I'm going to disprove that. There was actually several people on Reddit who actually contacted the Australian representatives, like, for the political stuff. I forget the hell they call it. Like, their local MP or whatever.
Yeah.
GTA did it on their own. They went overboard. The Michael Myers thing was done by the Australian government for the Halloween game. They banned the Halloween game because there's weed smoking in the game.
Because they didn't like that.
Granted, it's also banned in New Zealand as well. To be fair, a lot of stuff that goes on in Australia seems to impact New Zealand and vice versa when it comes to game releases and film releases, so...
I think they're just being silly.
Oh, yeah. Although, to be fair, though, the reason why I think it is that digital games sell more in Australia, and this is a pretty solid reason why I believe so, they can bypass the bans by just buying the games digitally from other regions, or if they are buying those games physically, they're importing a foreign copy of those games. So it doesn't count towards their country, technically, in terms of sales figures. For example, 2 of the South Park games were heavily censored in Australia because of the government. So apparently a lot of Australians would import copies if they were playing on the PS3 version or the PlayStation 4 or Xbox One versions, because, you know, region free. And basically just get like a physical copy from them because it's not censored. Plus, those systems are region free. The 360 sadly is not region free. So you have to stick to... You can technically download an international copy digitally. So if you were to, hypothetically speaking, make an account for another region and then buy the game digitally and then download it to your Aussie console, you could technically bypass the region lock. It's not like I haven't done that before at all, ever. Nope, not me. Never made an account for another region just to buy games from other regions, like Japan. And it's metric
Nice.
a ton of digital.
Well, I believe I'm the guilty ones because I download all 3 cloud versions of Kingdom Hearts demo.
Oh, just to try them out?
Yeah, and all shit else. Oh, games fucking sucks.
Well, I mean, the Cloud Edition would suck. That's a given.
Well, I really don't care about those exchanges. You know, I'm getting the physical version. Don't care if it's a game key card whatsoever. Okay, I'll be right back. Just gotta restart my computer, alright?
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Maybe go take your dog out for a little tinkle too while you're at it.
Late. I'll be back.
Hey, that's... Oh, hey, thanks for the ride.
Bad timing.
A misstep.
Well, okay, I have to
Oh, wait,
answer this
wait, did I do it? Did I get an A?
Grand achievement.
Yeah, you did.
Woo! There we go. You love to see it. You love to see it.
Also, Square, they did actually almost ban Fallout because of the map.
Well, I know they banned, what the hell is it, Halloween? The Halloween game that's upcoming?
I know that one. They also banned Left 4 Dead 2 because of the.
Well, they censored Left 4 Dead 2 for your region. They removed a lot of the blood and gore. Although, I mean, there's nothing really stopping you from just modding it back in. Or if you have a...
Yeah.
Or if you know someone who has the American version, hint, just get them to copy their files and then just copy the files into where you installed your copy of the game. And then when it validates to, quote-unquote, your license, it'll just download the one small file it needs to, quote-unquote, be correct, which will be the license key file. Basically the DRM.
Yeah.
And then bada bing, bada boom. You've essentially got the correct version of the game.
Hey, Bang. Let's face it. Everyone's so weird today.
You know who else is weird?
Peter Molyneux.
But hello, you, and I welcome you to Timothy Omega Stream.
Here we go. I don't know why you did that so well.
37 times. Where Peter Molyneux shit his pants live at E3. Let's go. It's like, wait, why is Peter Molyneux shitting his pants at E3 so much? He's only been to 10 of them. How did he shit himself 15 times?
Don't
question it.
Never
Let's
question.
Go.
I never questioned the.
Okay, I'm trying to think, what map do I want to see if I can try to get a good time on?
You know what, I'll do the same thing.
I guess I can go with the Pac-Man Village?
Raphael.
Oh, also, I'm going to suggest a kit to try to get the best time with. Try using Panel Combo Kit. That might help you out. Because Panel Combo Kit gets you a ring every time you hit a dash panel. And if you hit multiple dash panels in a row, you get more rings. It also boosts your power and handling. And then pair that with the Drift Charge Kit, which makes your drift charge faster and slightly improve your handling. From there, just pick whatever character you're most comfortable with. I would recommend either a speed or boost character to pair this with. You know, someone like, say, Sonic or Blaze the Cat.
Alright. Classic Sonic.
Yeah, I mean, that works all the same. And obviously you'd probably want to use a hoverboard to get the most out of the boost effect.
Yeah, the blue fan. I'll turn these two off.
There we go. Come on.
A grand
Please,
achievement.
A rank on first try. A rank on first try, Pac-Man Village. Okay, I just need one more A rank to get the song. Let's try the Minecraft stage. That's probably a good one to try to go for an A rank on.
I'll be right back. I got dragged.
Okie doke. Yo, what's up? Sorry if I didn't notice you right away there. Okay, I think I did a pretty good job. Let's see.
Grand achievement.
Come on, what rank did I get? Oh, B. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. I was basically pretty much 3 seconds too slow. That's not too bad. I can probably figure out how to... I can pretty easily shave off 3 seconds, I think. I know where are some places where I messed up. Oh. Profile pic, Dorn? Which... Are you talking about the one for Discord? So far, so good. No one seems any the wiser. You know, let's try making it go even faster. There we go. Come on, A rank. No, B rank. Okay. Ah, okay, I need to shave another 3 seconds off. Weird that it's consistently 3 seconds that I need to shave off. Okay, well, basically now that I'm going to be racing myself, that might incentivize me more to try to beat my own score. Wait, did I beat myself finally? Oh! Really? Oh, that is so annoying! I failed by like 0.65 seconds. Sorry, not even 0.65. 0.065 seconds. Oh my god, that is even more annoying. It's like I am that close to getting the A rank by 0.6... Sorry, by 0.065 seconds. Oh, lordy, lordy, lord. Oh, I am mildly inconvenienced at most. Or sorry, at least. And incredibly furious on the inside at most.
That amuses me.
Bad Duke.
No.
Don't make me get the spray bottle.
Joke's on you, I like being wet.
Right. The wet dog smell keeps the derps away.
Yeah. Keeps them off my fucking lawn chair.
Wow!
damn it.
Alright.
So he still hasn't noticed.
Nope. Not to my knowledge. No commentary on the matter.
Only by a little.
Ah, the Mario returns.
Sorry, I don't know. I am way too amused by your Steam username whenever I see you pop online. Child Puncher has appeared online.
Wait.
Jimmy. Good old Child Puncher.
But what about my Twitch name of Ravenous Cheeks?
Tis be a good one as well.
Yes, I have many a good username.
Although I'm not gonna lie, the Ravenous Cheek username makes it sound like you're one of those people who, what the hell is it? Subscribes to a lot of the hot tub streamer types.
They wish. What's always good is when you've got a username like Child Puncher and you jump into an online game and people actually comment on it.
Like they did.
I don't know, it's almost as amusing as that one meme I've seen of someone who's going into Discord servers named, what was it, Ratfucker? And then someone's in the server named I Am a Rat or something like that. And it's like, wait, Ratfucker is responding.
Yes, I am quite familiar with that one.
Well, this blank country's a mess.
Yeah, of course it's a mess.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to get it any faster anytime soon.
That sounds like the excuse of a rat fucker.
I am not a rat fucker, as far as you know. Now, if you'll
The
excuse
rats
me,
beg to differ.
now if you'll excuse me, I have a date with someone's mother.
What?
Bitch, she's a rat.
No. She's a bat. I mean, what?
Eh,
Mario, you okay? You sound like you're like high for some reason.
It's only Mario, he'll be fine.
I'm clearly just brain dead.
Clearly.
Wait, were you Left 4 Dead?
Well, he was left in Australia.
Wait, were you Left 4
yeah.
Dead too?
God damn it. God damn it.
Well, I mean, you're not dead by daylight, that's for sure. That would mean you're a vampire.
I don't know, he might be when it comes to summer. It's hot over there.
I'd say it's more just the heat getting to people. Heat. You gotta remember, Australia is like an oven. Or some people have jokingly called it Hell's Kitchen. If it was just the oven.
Gordon Ramsay should move there.
Oh god.
Okay.
Gordon Ramsay suddenly breaks into Mario's house. What are you? Holds 2 slices of bread on either side of Mario's head. Starts questioning where the lamb sauce is. Where's the lamb sauce? Punches a hole in your drywall. Oh, there it is. Don't know why they're storing the lamb sauce in your drywall, but I guess makes sense. Your mouth is mathing. Oh, yeah, and an unrelated thing, I have officially finished the Halo Campaign Evolved game officially as of today.
Ah, nice.
And I can say with absolute certainty, it's not a bad game. I will say there are some cutscenes that kind of seem a little cheesy in terms of how they change some smaller elements, but I think that's more to kind of make them more in line with the newer games.
Yeah.
Like how they have Captain Keyes give you like his personal Magnum instead of just giving you the regular one that he normally gives you, he's giving you like his personal one.
Mm-hmm.
Because for whatever reason he thinks he might not make it through this mission. Spoiler alert, obviously he doesn't. We all know that. Having played Halo, like the original release of Halo back in the day. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, the only real negatives I can state is, to my knowledge, they've relocated several of the skulls from where they were in Anniversary, which I guess is a good thing in its own right. So you can't just, like, cheese your way through memorizing where all the skulls were from Anniversary. But the game plays more like Halo Reach, but with Halo 1's campaign attached.
Ah.
So if you enjoy Halo Reach, it's just more Halo Reach. Except instead of armor abilities, you remember the ability pickups that you could get that would give you like temporary abilities that would just automatically activate when you picked them up before?
Yeah.
They turned them into consumables now.
Oh.
So you would press the button you would normally press for your armor ability, and it activates the consumable. That either gives you overshield or turns you invisible. Plus they added the ability to hijack vehicles, which wasn't in the original Halo. So I mean, I have nothing against it. Plus, I kind of like hijacking vehicles. It's fun. Because I can finally steal a Wraith and start running people over with it.
Kill your brother.
It's like... Well, yeah, plus they all have the little gun turret on them like they do in Reach. So you have to be a little more careful.
Also got Heretic plus Hexen.
Mario, you are a heretic.
Right? Oh, you're going back to Halo?
No, I'm just hovering over it. I will say a lot of people seem to hate on the new Halo.
I've heard a lot of people hate on the voice acting.
You know, I'm going to say this right now. It's not the first time I've heard this about other games when they get remake. It's not bad, it's just different.
I think it's because of that one bug they had an issue with. You know?
Well, where the game will randomly crash, but only on the PC version if you were running it on either.
I think it's just the,
if you were running it with a NVIDIA card?
If you die at that point, they just kill you if you respawn.
To be fair, I looked into it. Apparently, I found out why certain characters are seemingly invulnerable. They fucked up on the human characters' hitboxes.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's why.
That's why they're borderline invincible. They fixed the hitboxes in a recent update.
Okay, no trouble at all.
Yeah, they were there. They were just too small for the body. Or they were too big.
Yeah.
The male characters, they were too small, and the female characters, they were too big. So a headshot would be treated as a body shot. And you had to shoot a little bit above certain male characters to get their headshots.
I feel like when you say that, it feels like I play too much of Serious Sam games.
Yeah, nothing against it. It's, as I said, like, it's a bug. They fixed it pretty quickly. It's whatever. Like, is it going to be replacing Halo 1 anytime soon? No. I'll probably still go back and play the original every so often. But is it still enjoyable in its own right? You're fucking damn right it is. It's enjoyable. Because it's basically just more Halo Reach, basically. Because that's what the combat reminds me of. Especially when I figure out how to remap the controls. Yeah, because by default they have on controller the right analog stick. You have to click that in to do melee, and I hate that. And then they have your consumable items set to R1, and I hate that because I'm more likely to accidentally press it. And then circle is set to crouch. So I swapped all three buttons around, basically. So I made the right stick click for crouch, circle was to activate my consumables, and R1 I made my melee. Because, I mean, L1 throws your grenades, and L2 does aim down sights. For weapons that have sights on them. You know, like the Magnum. Or the Sniper. Or the DMR, or is it the Battle Rifle? You get what I mean. basically the scoped weapons. Otherwise, it just kind of has Master Chief activate a little zoom function in his visor.
I'm gonna disappear. I'll catch you later.
Alright.
Alright. Thanks, Chef.
Random track.
There we go. I think I did pretty good. I just did a ranked thing. I finished 8th, that's not bad. Apparently I was also the #1 item box collector. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it here. My stomach's making the grumblies at me.
Yeah, one day we'll just play a bit of you know, the big walk.
Well, I mean, if you want, we could probably do that on Sunday. Because, I mean, otherwise I would just be playing Tomodachi Life. Because I was supposed to have a collab on Sunday, but they canceled. To be fair, I was also supposed to have a collab on Tuesday, but they canceled on me last minute. But the funny thing is, I started feeling sick anyways, so if they hadn't canceled on me, I would have canceled on them. So if anything, I walked away feeling like the good guy. Because technically, no one had to cancel on anyone. Well, I mean, I guess they had to cancel it because I was going to be appearing on their stream, and it was just going to be like link chat kind of thing. I wasn't actually going to be streaming, per se.
It makes sense.
Yeah. But yeah.
I suppose so.
I has the hunger now.
Okay.
But now what do I want to eat? That is the meat and potatoes of the question. Oh, also, now that I finished Halo, I'm wondering what the hell I should do next. I've got, I do have Spider-Man 2. I have it's still sealed. I haven't even opened it yet. It's like a deluxe edition or something, so it's got like it's got the special edition content in it. As like a download voucher.
I wish I brought the Switch version of Little Nightmares 3 so we could play together.
I would have to actually go out and get that game. I do want to get it though. I'm assuming it's only cross-generational play, not cross-platform play, yeah? So if I did buy it, I'd have to buy it on either Switch 1 or Switch 2? Actually, no, let's Google real quick. Google's our friend. We'll Google this. Is Little Nightmares cross-platform play? No,
Probably
Little
not.
Nightmares is not cross-platform play. However, you can play co-op between different generations of Xbox, different generations of PlayStation. Okay, so it's like basically same platform, so PC to PC, Xbox to Xbox, PlayStation, PlayStation. So it does have cross-generational play.
But does it work with Switch 1 and Switch 2? That's the question.
Well, it does say PS4 and PS5 can play with each other, so I mean, it's just using that as an example. So I'm going to assume the Switch and Switch 2 can play with each other, if the PS4 and PS5 can play with each other.
Check, just check.
Okay, we'll just specify... For Little Nightmares 3, can the Switch and Switch 2 versions play with each other? Yes, according to Nintendo's official website.
Also,
and there's a friend pass feature, so apparently, if you want, you can just host the game, and your co-op partner just needs to download the demo, or a friend pass.
Okay.
Yep, so I wouldn't even necessarily need to buy the game if you wanted to play it.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's the same story with It Takes Two, A Way Out, and what the fuck was that other one game? It's maybe the same developers as It Takes Two. I'm trying to remember the name, but it's that one with the two women in it. They're like both authors.
Oh.
One's like a sci-fi author and one's like a fantasy author.
Split Factor.
Split Fiction. Split Fiction.
Yeah, Split Fiction.
Sorry. Like you partially getting it right made me remember the whole title.
Yeah.
Yeah, Split Fiction. That's the one. That's a game I want to play at some point. Although I think Split Fiction actually is crossplay, though.
Sure.
I can double check on that, though. Let's double check on that one, too. Why the fuck not?
If it is.
Does Split Fiction have crossplay? Yes, it does. Okay. Full crossplay. The Switch 2, the Xbox, and the PlayStation 5 can all play with each other.
Okay, so in turns I have to buy the Switch 2 version.
Yeah, or
But here's
download
another-
the friend pass and then just make sure the person who's hosting the game has the full game.
But here's another problem with the Switch 2 version of Split Fiction.
And what's that?
It's the first game to have a download code.
Oh, it's a download code in a box?
Yep.
Oh, that's fucking bullshit. Then yeah, you'd be better off just buying it digital then. Fuck buying it as a physical version. Because all the physical one is just an empty game box with a voucher inside.
Yeah, but you can get rid of that cardboard cover and just keep the case.
I mean, I suppose. Reuse it for other Switch game. If it has a damaged case or something, I guess. But, yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, that's probably what some people are going to do with the GTA 6 when that comes out, if they pick it up. on either PlayStation or Xbox, even though it is a download-only game.
It's some bullshit anyway.
I think that is bullshit. I think a game like
How do you
Grand Theft Auto, they are.
I mean,
I'm just saying this right now. They are leaving a lot of money on the table, being a digital-only title.
I mean,
well, because like, think about it like this. Think about it like this. To a certain extent, physical games, at least in North America and Australia, technically, they're kind of like CDs, in a manner of speaking, like for music. Either CDs or vinyl. Because, like, even though download and streaming are the more popular options, people still go out and buy vinyl, they still go out and buy CDs, they still go out and buy cassette tapes of all things. Because they like to own shit.
I mean, yeah, but can I say something?
Similar thing for movies. They like to buy DVDs, they like to buy Blu-rays for movies that they like. I don't know anyone who actually goes out of the way to buy VHSs really anymore, outside of die-hard collectors who are trying to get stuff that hasn't been ported from VHS to Blu-ray yet.
I have old, very old VHS of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, but my auntie just threw them away.
Well, I know what that means. Alright, you know what you need to do.
Yeah, I learned that from one of my family members. Also, while you're speaking, I'm trying to say something. No, not that. I noticed that some people are upset about the game key card, but let me tell you something.
I know what you're probably gonna say. Game key cards are still essentially no different than a physical copy, where it's like the game fully isn't on the disc. Because it's like basically just because you can still sell it, you can still lend it to friends, you can still thing. I mean, as long as you have it downloaded to your system, you can continually play it as much as you want. And then if you want to lend it to a friend, go ahead, lend them the physical cartridge. They can play it, and then when you get it back, you can go back to playing it. Because technically, it's no different than any other game nowadays, because it's like a lot of games that you have to install them to your console anyways.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's no different. It's no different to me. I don't mind key cards, but it's like I would prefer the full game to be on the cartridge, to be honest with you. But it's like, I will argue from stages of annoyance.
Yeah.
It is download code in a box is the biggest annoyance, followed by keycard, then regular cartridge, but the case is all banged up and damaged. And then a brand new, perfectly fine copy. But it's ridiculously overpriced, and then a reasonably priced copy of a game. You know what I'm talking about. You've seen the games. The ones where it's like, you can't really justify paying the ridiculous price. No matter how much you want to justify it in your head, you can't realistically justify it. Mario Kart. Yep. Like, it's a good game, don't get me wrong. I don't care for it that much, but the thing is, though, it's like if I had to compare it to Sonic Racing CrossWorlds in terms of the price point and the value proposition per my dollar, I will argue I have had way more fun with Sonic Racing CrossWorlds, and most of my friends who even already own the Mario Kart for Switch 2 have stated that they prefer Sonic Racing CrossWorlds over Mario Kart.
Mario Kart World?
Yeah. They've stated that they think Sonic Racing CrossWorlds is better. plus the fact that it's also on multiple platforms means that there's a larger audience to actually play against.
Yeah,
yeah, and the game is fully
cross-platform.
cross-play as well, yeah, because you can play with players on Xbox, PlayStation, PC, the original Switch, Switch 2. Like, all of them can play with each other. And apparently a small portion of your data actually is cross-save as well, if you link it with a Sega account. Now, granted, the amount of data that is actually quote-unquote available via cross-save is very limited. It is specifically competition/tournament standings, event standings and unlocks from those, and time trial data. That was it. Time trial data.
Okay.
So, single-player content is not shared.
I had to restart.
So you're, yeah. So you'd have to restart. Like, so if you were to switch over to PC, for example, Mario, you would have to basically go through the campaign again. And unlock all the maps. And by extension, unlock
rival.
Supersonic.
Yeah,
by defeating every single rival, yes. You would have to do that aspect all over again. But to my knowledge, that is more or less it. Well, that and the festival rivals.
Yeah.
To get all their respective car parts from them. But yeah, beyond that, it is more or less the same. Beyond that, everything else carries over.
Right.
So basically, you'd have to start the single-player content over again. Although I would not object to someone who has already done all of that on console, if they were to buy the PC version, to use a save editor to unlock all that content for themselves again. I would not fault someone for doing that. Because again, it's like you already earned it all legitimately, so it's like, what the hell's the difference, right? I mean, it's not like you're using it to cheat in online matches, so it's fine. Because if you cheat in single player, the only person you're cheating out of the experience is yourself. But if you've already done it on console, then what the hell's the harm, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna end stream now.
Okay.
Alright, anyways. Until next time, this is Timmy signing out. Catch you guys tomorrow with some Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Till next time, laters!
Later!
Oh, so there's a pipe on your mailbox. Mario, you might want to do something about that.